Okay. Testing, testing, testing. Alrighty then. Close that in a second. Okay. Here. Hey. Don't need this. Do need this. Okay. So we've got some missions. We've got 6 left for the weekend. This is the double weekend. So I'm going to be taking advantage of that. Making proper use of that. Off stream, I'll do my 5 for my ult, because we've seen that loop many, many times. Take 1,000 sips of water from a container. That's been me. I got that. Okay. Need to get a body in here sooner rather than later. What do I have on me? Everything I need, everything I need. So we've got 5. And we're doing combat. This is where I'm at with combat. So you can see I'm already at 50 exploration. Pushing 50. I'm hoping to get to 50. We'll see. By the end of the week. I don't know how far we'll get today. If we can get to this, that would be grand. Where we're getting double XP, so that's why we're doing this. And then once we've done that, I really, because you can see this mess down here. It's all getting full. Like my tier 1 components are all full. So I really need to start building out. This looks like I just moved in. So I started, excuse me. I started with this staircase coming up here, trying to decide what I want to be here. Do I want this to be the storage? Or do I want this to be the augment room? Efficiency says storage. But I have so much more space. I've got space on top. I've got space. There's a little room, closed off area above this. You can see up there. I've got all of this. So decisions will have to be made. But I knew I was going to want stairs up here, so I built these the other day. Took me a bit to get the spacing right so that it would just be flush as it can be with this. Took a few tries, but I managed to get that. With also without having it take up this entire space, because I want to be able to ride buggies up here to drop things off if I need to. It's like a little driveway, right? And I want to be able to make use of it. So, missions. Let's start with the missions. And if anybody has any ideas, be sure to let me know what you think. But yeah. So we're going to do the heart of the matter first. I want to check one thing about posting. I don't know what the cooldown is on it. Will I be able to post it? Let's see. Will it let me post this? You don't know. Said I was posting links too fast. There we go. Coolio. So we got that in. So we're gonna do missions first. Get these out of the way. It's only 6. And I speed run these anyway. So get the heart of the matter first at the Taiki. Then we'll probably do Springing Trap. I'm hoping... I'm not going to pick this yet. But I'm probably going to do this, and maybe we'll get the false flag one, which means I can do them together. That's what I'm hoping. So let's... Oh, I need to get radiation suit. If I'm going to do this... Cool. That guy's a douche. All right. Oh wait, I was getting my radiation when I was rudely interrupted by someone contradicting themselves in Discord. Radiation suit. Let's go. To the Hephaestus. Oh, not the Hephaestus. If I go there. I also realized I haven't even finished the chapter 1 on this character. What's that about? I finished it on my ult. Okie dokie dinky. Let's go. This is a great place to get slag. If you need it. I'm not going to be grabbing everything, because then I just want to get through these. I've done enough of these missions this weekend. Are we doing there, doing there, doing there, doing there. Great. So I'm going to bypass these first two yokels. In fact, I'm going to be ignoring most of the people in here. There's a group that you have to fight because you get locked in with them. But, you know. Oh, shield helps. I might as well just grab this. Since it's right here. Only one radius lag. And we go, hey, how you doing, guys? I just need to grab that. No fire. Fire bad. Now this melee guy may have come in here. Follow me, did he? No? No? Okay. You guys go that way. I'll go this way. That one. Where do I go? I'll just finish him down here.
Enemy sighted.
Come here, you.
Access granted.
Grab these heals. And the snipers, there's something wrong with snipers. They ignore you until you're obvious on them. And then when they start, they just never stop, even though they have to shoot through walls. Or think they're shooting through walls. I was not reloaded. Ah. A couple of those. Whoa. not mean for that now. Derp. Let's just clean up on L1, you know? Grab all this stuff and get out of here. You got a little hurt. 28 slag. Yeah, not bad. There's much more in there that I didn't go after. And I'm sitting on a ton of it right now, so I don't really need it. Here, I think you can hear the sniper just keep shooting. See? That sniper's gonna keep shooting at me until I leave. It's crazy times. View the mission report. Okay. 2100 house script. Is it really that much? All right. So now we put on the gear. Hello. And let's take a look at what we got. Yeah. No. So we're going to take this. We're doing Novabrun, so I think the next one we'll get will be the false flag. I'm hoping, because then I can do these both at the same time. So we'll head to Broodworks and kill some dudes. Off to kill some dudes at Broodworks. This is also one I can do fairly quickly. See if I choke. Hopefully I don't choke on it. Do. Let's bypass this dude.
I spy an Imperial dog.
Do you? Well, you're looking in the mirror.
State your business, Imperial.
This is the dude I want right here. Going down. There you go. Oops. Down a little too hard.
Identify yourself.
No, thank you. They're unhappy with me for some reason. I don't know why. What'd I ever do then? Don't know what I ever did to them. Nice. Oh. like this setup.
Shield on. They're here.
Shield up! Die!
Excuse me. Put on a shield.
There's someone here.
A little late on that landing suspenser.
We have a visitor.
Do you?
Who is it? Is it me?
An identity.
No.
Shields up! Where's backup? Shield engaged!
I was supposed to go for that guy. Out of here. That was a little wonkier than usual. But that's done. These, I mean, I think they made a mistake with these. I mean, people will not say that's true. People have some difficulty with combat, but I think they overcompensated. That's just my opinion on it. I think they've gone way overboard. It's way too easy. Because if I can just do that, I mean, it was much more interesting. It used to be double the amount of NPCs, and it was hard. You had to really think about what you were doing. For this, I can just run it. Well, I mean, all right. What'd they give us? The heart of the matter again. Okay. Where am I at with Nova Bruns? Nova Bruns, Nova Bruns, Nova Bruns. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, we're cool. So we'll just run that quickly again. Because I just don't want to head over to Blushing Cavern and do this twice. I mean, I have to do one and then the other. I'd much rather do two at once. Which I can do if I get the signal one and the false flag. also don't know why why it starts you with less stamina. Like, I know this is a bug with it where it keeps it on screen. I think that's fixed on the PTC.
Huh?
Huh? Am I gonna just not? They're just okay. I've got that minus 15%. They don't see me from sabotage. If that's working, then that's cool.
Shield on.
Oh, this guy looks
Shield
like a gunner.
I need reinforcements.
I got a sword guy coming at me. If I can time this riposte correctly. Alright. Die! Another red suit.
I need backup.
Whoa! Somebody's up here. He must have died. Did not expect that. I guess they need to pay attention when you kill people that you've actually killed them.
Enemy, need a hand.
Access denied.
Shields up. See someone. I require.
Oh, there's somebody up there.
Fire in the hole. Get them.
What's he doing?
Need to reload.
Access granted.
What's he doing? Let's see if we can not whiff this. Oh, already whiffed it. Where's the third man? So he's in that spot. It's not going to let me kill him? Okay. Sometimes I get in that. Hey, Mr. Dragonar, how are you? Sometimes I get in a spot back there where I'm like shooting him for 5 minutes and he just doesn't die. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Let's just grab this last one, then we're out of here. 57. We're up to 57 slag. Okay. Whoop. And we'll see what mission they give us. Hopefully they give us the false flag one. See, the sniper. Sniper just keeps wanting to shoot me through the walls, but he can't. Can't do it. It doesn't work. So how are you doing, Mr. Dragon Roar? How's your day going today? I don't know. Is that a Mark 5 too? Yeah, Mark 5s. Nice. Not bad, thanks. Yeah, I think Sea of Thieves is in a place where I just feel like anytime I log on, I'm like, what am I doing to myself? You know, I keep hearing things that make me go, well, maybe, and then I keep hearing things that's like, this game is not in a great state. So maybe I'll head back to the seas at some point. But yeah, I'm really kind of invested in this game. I really am a Dune fan. I've been reading the books, seen the movies, but I'm now like really getting into the books. And I just love the world that it's in. It has some issues, but we're going to do Decapitation Strike again. We're hoping we get false flag. Maybe I need to take this just to make sure. I'll take this as well. That should open up 2 slots, so maybe we'll get the false flag in there. But we're going to do this one again. But yeah, been good. Been good. Just casually streaming, not doing the rather intense streams that I was doing with Sea of Thieves. But slowly kind of getting back into it. Has anybody have you tried Windrose? I played the demo. Seems like a nice mix of like maybe Sea of Thieves meets Ark, or a better version of Atlas. I'm really not sure. Not sure. Oh, we got a long load on this one. Oh, yeah. I mean, it was good. It was good for a very long time, but I just feel it's too. What's the word I'm looking for? Where they are kind of they're really kind of directing where to go and what to do, and I was very much into the kind of the open play of it, and all the light pollution is just like crazy right now. So yeah, it's really just crazy. There's a lot of craziness. I think they really need to. I think they need to rework the engine. I think it's outgrown the engine it's on. I mean,
Someone's here.
I was hoping they would go with Unreal 5 because that would, I think, solve some of the problems they have in terms of ship limitations and map limitations and a lot of the lot errors graphically.
We have a visitor.
We have a visitor.
But more than that, I think the content they've done has just been rehashed and rehashed and rehashed. Variations on the same theme, and there's only so much you could do. That coupled with the fact that they were like, I was very interested in creating my own riddles. I was very interested in doing the things like the shipwrecked. I feel like more and more of the stuff that they were adding, that they were curating was the word I was looking for. That it's over curated by the devs. That was kind of getting in the way of me being able to tell my own story that way. I just was like, nah, this isn't fun anymore. It's not fun. Indros is excellent. I love it so far. Demo is really polished. Yeah. I mean, I haven't gotten very far. I mean, I wish there were better instructions. I think one of the instructions was glitched. Like, I have to make boots, but I have to make a house before I make the boots. So I was like, oops, sorry, I just need to climb up and... Hi, guys. How are you doing?
Kill them all!
Oh, no, don't kill them all. Whoa, that's a... Whoa, no, you don't. Drill shot. Almost got drill shotted. But it looks very cool. It looks very... The combat I have to get used to. But generally I like it. But again, I haven't gotten very far at all. I'm still on the beach. Yeah. It became a theme park. And I was like... It's like, that's not really what's I'm here for. You know? Hey, how are you guys doing? You know, I wanted to be able to do my own thing and be creative with it, and it just became over curated. I mean, one of the best things I loved doing when I first started playing Sea of Thieves, and you can see this on my early videos, like there was none of this light pollution really was there. There were the skull clouds, but the rest of it wasn't. And so it was great just to be sailing, going up into your crow's nest. Actually, I want to do this. Whoa, I messed up. Messed up. Dispenser all this. Didn't want to do that. Going up to my crow's rest and singing sea shanties. You know, as I sailed and just looking out at the gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous world they'd built. And they just kind of took that away with all the nonsense that started piling into things. Whoa! Whoa! I say whoa, I mean whoa! Let's go shut off this alarm.
There's someone here.
It's me, don't worry. I'm just here. I'm just going to hit this button and get us all some coffees.
Where's my
I am hitting the
backup?
arm. Don't worry, I'm hitting it. I'm hitting it. Yeah, you got it.
Shields up!
Mistakes were made. Oh. Yeah, the early adventures of First Tall Tales were great. And the Disney stuff, I mean, the Pirates of the Caribbean stuff was cool. Oh, that's new. Something new. Maybe I got done a little too early for his pathing. Usually he's heading that way as I'm coming. There was so much great stuff in the beginning. And then, yes, I realized it was not a whole lot of content. But there was a whole lot of fun just in sailing with your friends. And then when they added fishing, you know, all of that was... And rowboats. I missed those days. Now it's be sure to do this event or do this event, and you do this event, and we've got, by the way, you've got the magic mini map where you've got, I mean, I think they started going wrong really with emissaries, in my opinion. And then also with the added, I love a PvPvE game, but I think diving in the same way that Arena was creating a sort of a toxic environment. I think the ship battles where you dive and meet somebody, I forget the name of it. That's when I stopped playing at all. That's when a whole lot of hacking came in. That's when a whole lot of other nonsense came in that was just like, I don't want to play. I don't want to have kegs dropped on me from the sky. I want to be able to, do what I like to do. So maybe I keep thinking about. I still watch some videos on it, but we'll see. Did they give it to us? God damn it! Another Heart of the Matter. They do not want to give us this false flag. Maybe they're like, well, that's the one he needs. So screw it. We're going to go do this first. And maybe we'll get the false flags while we're there. This is not my favorite mission because it's very suspensor heavy. But I really am looking forward to seeing how Windrose goes. I know they wanted that to be an MMO. If they could get that working maybe at some point, I think that would be fantastic. If they could do what the folks with Ark couldn't do with Atlas, that would be amazing. Because I think it would be great to have. It's such the golden age of piracy is such a great vehicle for a game, a survival game, and for an MMO, just a world to kind of play in. And Sea of Thieves was that for a long time, more so than any of the others. But yeah, I think you're right. It would have been interesting with Emissaries. I mean, Emissaries was an interesting idea to get people putting their stuff at risk and being, getting a reward for it. But I think the idea of the mini-map, I was like, no. Reapers should have to hunt. And part of that, again, goes back to the graphics issues, right? If they could do better LODs, that you'd be able to see better at a distance who's what and be able to hunt them. But it just didn't, wasn't working out the way I think it should have. This one is definitely a suspensor heavy mission. Definitely suspensor heavy. I can do this right this time. Aha. I remember in Insiders, saying, can we not do this? And they just did not want to listen. I spelled out all the issues they would have, and lo and behold, they came to pass. Yeah. So far, I like it. Again, I haven't gotten off that first beach. I've spent literally maybe half an hour in there. Let's see. What's the best way to go here? Let's go this way. Normally I'd go down if I had the other mission, because that's where the other mission takes place, is right below us. And with this game, just the world is so amazing. I wish they would work on the climbing, because climbing in this game, when it works, is... Woo! Let's go over here and wait for that to explode. Boo-boo traction. It's a trap. And we'll see what this game does in terms of what's going on with specialization, because it's specialized right now, but But the fact that you can unlock it all eventually means it's not going to be a specialization. And they need to really begin to balance the... How did I whiff that? Again. I did not put my shield on because I'm... Where are we? Right here in this shed.
My God! Where is everybody?
For the living in my heart sank when they released Arena. Yeah, I wasn't in Insiders then. Arena, yeah. Yeah, that's all I can say about Arena. Well, I made the either a great idea or with regard to the Dune books, a really bad idea, we'll see how it goes, of starting at the chronological beginning. So I'm starting with the Brian Herbert and Kevin Anderson books. I haven't read the Frank Herbert Dune books. Yeah, did he go around? Is he still hanging out? He's hanging out on the outside?
There's someone here.
Yes, it's me. Hi.
Slaughter is mine.
Why did I not get a slow blade? I should have got a slow blade there. So I've finished the Butlerian Jihad, Thinking Machines Crusade. I'm working through and the Battle of Corrin, and I'm working now through the fourth one, the Sisterhood of Dune.
Enemy sighted.
I need to stop that. All right, on fire. Put myself out. Get this guy's gun. Oh wait, no, it's not this one. What? Oh, I was doing the false flag mission. I was doing the false flag mission. I didn't need to do that. Oh. Oh, so silly. I think the Battle of Corrin, I think the first book, in terms of the sequels, and people have their views on the prequels and the sequels that aren't written by Frank Herbert. But I know that Frank Herbert wrote in a very, very different way. And I'm looking forward to see how different. But these books are pretty solid novels, pretty good sci-fi novels. And it's kind of cool because this game is obviously not simply based on Frank Herbert's Dune, but also based on the prequels and stuff. So there's a lot of good information about what's going on in here. From that. Yeah, I agree. I think I'm probably going to find that to be true. I'll probably start reading them and going, wow, those others are crap. And finding there's apparently a lot of contradictions and things like that. So I am fully prepared to be wowed by the Dune, actual Dune book by Frank Herbert. Where are they at? Oh, there you are. big friend. There he is. Alright. Let's go grab this gunk. Don't need the anthracite crystals. Pro tip, drink before you fill your items.
There's someone here. Found you.
Oh wow. Just taking some hits. That's it. That's all she wrote. Yeah, I think the game, it does, really. They've added another, in PTC, in the test client, which is like their insiders. They've added yet another area, which is very spooky. That's referenced in the books called Simpo, with a mission called The Ghosts of Simpo. Atmospherically, it's cool. The missions themselves are meh.
We've got incoming help.
And what was I going to say? They've done some really cool things, like they've referenced, and I don't think this is in the novels, but the region where I have my personal base in the Udum is a reference to a Northern American native tribe called the Udum. And so that area is based a lot on the American Southwest. I think they're New Mexico or Arizona.
See someone here.
But I think they've got things right. I think the only issue I think people have is with how, in terms of the combat, some of the range stuff is out of whack, and because a lot of in Dune, it's a lot of melee. It's a lot of swords and knives because of the way Holtzman shields work. That was one thing I really loved in the first book, the Balerian Jihad, the description of why, when they figured out what the danger of Holtzman shields, when they tested it on an asteroid, and it basically blew the asteroid up. Okay, did it give us this mission? Now it gives us the mission. Of course it did. Now we will run through this again. And we'll do the same thing we just did, at least on the end of it. But I think I wish, and I guess I kind of get why. I mean, there's not like there's no guns in Dune, but they don't use them much because of the Holtzman shields. But they've just got so much, and right now the meta, especially in PvP, is so centered around ranged weapons that it just feels out of whack. Let's go kill these guys. Oh, I did not expect him to go down so quick. That poison helps. Okay, now we just gotta kill the main person. Cassian. Yeah. It was a very cool moment. And then what happens, you know, on Poritrin later on, when there's the slave revolt. Let's get to some cover here.
Shields up!
Not happy with me. Okay, we got that. And now we just gotta go kill these dudes over here. Yeah, it was really cool, and it was just fascinating, just like the whole story of the beginning of the jihad. This guy's not happy with me. He's all poisoned and stuff. Oh, don't heal yourself. What are you doing? He's cheating. Meat poisoning. I mean, that'll work. So T went the same. Everybody was running around with double guns rather than cutlass in a pirate game. Yeah, I mean, guns were obviously guns were a thing in the piracy world. I think they really, with that, I think they catered too long to the blunderbuss and the animation switching that really made double gunning viable in that game. There you are. Whiffing. Yeah, remember when the toss back on every gun had throwbacks, right? You get hit with it, you'd be tossed back. But the cool thing about the melee, the cutlasses and everything, was finding that creative ways to use. What am I doing? Like standing there going, hey, now we need to go and put this back in the other, and then we'll be done with this. Damn it. I really enjoyed coming up with different ways to use that lunge. Like being able to lunge to the side, backwards, forwards. That was a fun thing to do. Let's keep this going just in case. Sometimes these guys respawn. Not seen anybody though. Oh, I didn't even get everything from here. Don't need fuel cells. Did I grab a lot of fuel cells? I did. Don't need those. Oh, I've always missed this one. Interesting. Done this mission many, many times, and that's the first time I've grabbed that box. Back to the Thopter. Yeah, I mean, SOT it was so beautiful at the beginning. and so much fun to play, and so much fun to play with friends. And finding the different ways to play it. As you know, like my 7 different pirate lords. And they just kind of, it just got too gamey, too curated, too much like a theme park, and much less of an experience, which was disappointing. I have to say, just disappointing. Okay, we're not going to make 50 today in the double. Maybe we'll make 50 tomorrow on the regular reward system. So which do we do? We've got... Oh, we're out. We hit it. We're done. Let's go back and build. The real chill begins. Go back to base and try and make some more room for storage. They changed it when they tried to limit the animation switching on the guns. Yeah. I just remember really enjoying going at first the meta was like sword pistol. And then people discovered the pistol blunderbuss. The blunderbuss has always been a mess. They really just need to reduce the number of pellets from 10 to 8 so that it's not a one-shot up close. I mean, because Joe Neat said at the beginning, there should not be a one-shot in this game. Yet it exists with the blunderbuss. And now with blow darts and other stuff, yeah, I don't know. And flying in this game is fun. It's not the best flight model, you know. It's a mix of kind of simulated and arcadey. But it is fun to do. I love low flying. For 17 days. So in another week I gotta start gathering the resources again to fuel up all the bases. I don't know if we can bother with that one. That one's totally full. Oh. I have serious recycle overflow. My alt gets 100% more return on recycling. So, put it in my agave seeds case. I think I'll save this and repair it once repair mastery is fixed. So I'll store this in the repair station. Oh, I forgot I have to store this in here. Because that one's full. This is why today is important. Today is important because this is no longer working. This was always just kind of meant to be temporary. Anybody who knows me in this game knows it takes me a long time to finish a base because I try to do stuff like this and carefully plan things out. But it's at the point where I need to finish this one up, or at least need to build out more storage. It'd be great to be able to finish it up. Because I've had this base for a very, very long time and it's been sitting. It took me a long time to get to the point of actually getting this part done. And now I need to finish it. Need to get it going. So let me swap out of my armor and into a still suit so we're not fighting the water so much. I may actually fill up my leader jump from my other base. So we'll store that. Thought I had a Valari in here. Shown. Did I store the Valari somewhere else? Oh, I know where it is. It's at the other base. Let's hop over to the other base. Because that still suit, the Valari still suit is better for hydration capture. Let's go from here. This is the villa. We're going to go to Arc Castella, which is over by that hill over there, just the other side of it. Slow fly. That already. I love low flying. Slams into everything. Not my best run there. This is Arc Castella. This is basically our refining base for anything that isn't flour sand or cobalt paste. It started off as when we had production bases under the earlier Landsrad model. This was our tier 4 plus production base. But since they've changed the way the Landsrad works, we've made it just handle everything refining wise except for cobalt paste and flour sand. We have bases dedicated to that. This is the mausoleum. I've got wind traps on the hill on the other side of the landing pad for the carrier. Dreams. Whoa. I don't know. This keeps dropping out these textures here. We don't know why. This is Dreams room. Dreamskeeper. I remember her from SOT. This is Firefly. He was also an early SOT player with me. Back when I started streaming on YouTube. Before I was streaming on Mixer and Twitch. Back in when CFTs first came out. He was one of my first subscribers. I think the Valari suit is in here. Yes, it is. See this? Oh, it's a Bastille though. I don't have the garment made. I just have the other stuff. I think I have the schematic for this now. But, I mean, overall, this is just a better still suit. And I'm wearing the Smuggler cosmetics over it. Oops. Here we go. Aren't we wearing the... Thanks, man. Yeah, I've got... all told, our guild has... Now, 1, 2, 3, 4 personal bases. Dreams, Firefly, Bitter, and myself all have personal bases. We've got this base. We have Archmanasta, which was my OG base that I built starting day 1 on launch. We have our Jasmine storage base way out in the radiated area. And our Deep Desert base, which we have to take down every week. I want the Smuggler. Do I want the Smuggler or what do I want for this? There we go. And what are we doing? I think that's it. Right, these are all Maros. Moritani. And the boots. Let's do the boots Moritani. There we go. The smuggler still suit looks really cool. And they do the Vermilius Gap swatch on top. So this will give us better hydration. Yeah, if you want to, oh, we also have a flower scent base. If you want to do a quick run of them, shouldn't take too long. Just a little circle around. This down here, this is Firefly's base down here. I'm going to fly over this Chom facility base. He's also got a base on the Thailand server, on the Oceanic server, because he lives in Thailand. Back when I first met him, he was living in, I think, in Florida. I think, as I recall. Now he's retired and living in Thailand. So when he plays on this server, he gets really high ping. And he's also 12 hours behind us. So it's sometimes we don't see him for long periods of time. Then we'll go back to Dream's base. And again, this is her base from launch, when she came over from South Haga after doing all the tutorial stuff. So this is her base right here. And this is my OG base right here, Arkmanasta. So named because it looks like a monastery sitting on top of an ark. So this is our cobalt mining base. This is a mausoleum where we do some water capture. Because the Rift has all the anthracite, so we just do our cobalt mining and refining. Around here we got a buggy in there to go do it. We got the flower sand base over here. All right for some. Now, another guild on this siege, this particular siege, had a base here, and I didn't really like the way they did it. They gave access to people, but the way they built it was funky. And then they got rid of theirs, so I put one on top, so everybody can access that. That's risk-free flower sand. So the worm doesn't come at you when you're under that deck. So people can get lots of flower sand without having to worry about the worm coming up and eating them. This is the South Haga area where everybody starts new. Back when we were like, oh, wow. Look at all this stuff. But this is nostalgia. See a lot of starter bases. Yeah, but this was, I remember when I didn't really... Yeah. Lots of starter bases around. Some of them might be, some people just don't leave, I think, but... That's the first outpost you come across, trading post. Oh yeah, definitely. So this out here is the Sheol. It's radiated. We've got a base just outside the radiation zone, but you go here to get jasmine crystals for duraluminum. And we have a base that we built just on the outside, so we can go in, grab some jasmium, and come back out. I'm hoping we don't have, because they're going to do server merges. We're really, really hoping this server they don't close this server and force us to move. That's our base right there. Just a buggy and a lot of storage in the landing area. This is the border here. We just put on a radiation suit, hop in a buggy. This is the shield. I don't know if they even have a shield in the books. A radiated zone, maybe. Little jumpy. Somebody else has a similar idea. A couple of people have their bases out here. It's just good because you can, you know, rather than have to ride a buggy through the radiation and bring it all the way back. That could be, but then their power goes out and then the storms will take care of it. It's a wrecked ship. I remember the first time seeing a wrecked ship crash. They come down from the sky. And it's very cool. Watch, I heard a worm go. Around somewhere. Oh, here's a cool base. Usually you find these types of bases in the deep desert. No, you move. There's the worm. They'll force you to move. Your bases will be packed up. They're going to give people notice, so people can choose to pack up their bases and then move. But eventually, if people aren't around for that period or they've been gone for a while, their bases will be automatically backed up and stored so that they can move when they log back in. I believe the bidder is over here. The entrance to the Udom. He took some time away. He's just now getting back in. Here's his base. I don't know if that's going to be a permanent spot for him or just a place until he gets things back on track. Some of these bases are hollow. Some of these spires are hollow and you can build inside. There's one, where is it? I don't think it's this one. Is it this one? It might be this one. No, it's not. Where is that? Maybe it's over here. I think it's over here. Where the spire's all hollowed out and you can build a nice base in there. Doesn't get a lot of light, obviously. I don't think actually anybody has built in this one. Yeah, it's this one here. So you've got all this. Where it's all buildable. Just a ton of space in here. And one of these, here's the exit. Here's a little hole. You can come out. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, there are a couple places like this. I built a base. There's a little hole up there that I built a base in. There are a couple of others like this in Udom. A couple of towers that you can build inside. Sometimes though it's hard because you can't build. You get blocked by no build zones that are meant for POIs. But there are a couple nice spots. And what? That's the quick tour of the bases. Let's get to building. I love the Scout Ornithopter. One thing I wish this had was a little more weight to it. Once you get into hover mode, it's a little too light. Whereas this one moves, you know, it's got some weight to it. Not saying it should have the same weight. It's obviously a lighter bird, but I feel like it should be moving a little more. It shouldn't be quite so
Sector weather
specific.
alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
There's a Highliner in the sky. I like you can see all these spaceships flying over. Storm coming in. So let's see. We need a space for storage. We've got space for water. I've got the water under the floor. And I don't need a lot of water, so I don't need big tanks. The only reason I would need a big tank is if I want to be able to have more storage, because those take up storage slots. But I got my water down here. And I got room for plenty more of these.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm
The
is
problem
approaching.
is that if I want a bigger one, it won't fit because it's 1.5 tall. These are one tile. These are one, you know, these fit under here. The bigger ones won't. So, and the downside is these have 25,000. Bigger ones have 100,000 milliliters of water. So that's basically 4 of these in one container. So, and I only get a certain number of containers I can put into a building. They're all the same. They're all the same. The deep desert changes every week. But the Haga Basins don't. What does change is where resources are. So there are some fixed resources.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
But things like the ores, you know, iron and cobalt, not those, but iron and carbon for steel, copper, titanium, you know, strontium, all those shift every week. Still water sealed, even though I'm right here. Oh, no, I'm taking damage. Nice thing is, like, I parked, I left my ornithopter out here. Oh, wow. Okay. It's deciding, no, you're not. I left my ornithopter once out there during a storm recently, and it was fine. And same here, you can park it here, and it'd be okay. There's enough cover. So I think because I want to do is I want to build out these into these sized containers and have my T1 components 2, 3. These are the different tiers. These are the starter tiers. These are the end game tiers. I have one for plastanium and one for all the other ores and stuff. And here's one for melange, and I've got the fuel in here. I'm going to want to separate that out. And yeah, so I just need to kind of build out the storage. Don't need a lot of storage, but certainly enough to hold all of this stuff, not in this room. Because this is supposed to be the main room. This is supposed to be, you know, where I put couches and carpets and possibly beds, desks, tables, that sort of stuff. That's what this is supposed to be for. So I'm trying to decide. First decision is where to put storage. And part of me thinks the best place is here. Part of me also thinks this is so open, man. Maybe this is where I put the augment, because this is what this character is mainly, not this character, my alt is mainly going to be my crafting dude. So I'm going to do all my augments here, all my crafting here at this base, which is why I don't need a whole lot of power. I don't need a whole lot of water, because I'm not going to be refining anything here. That'll all be done at the guild base. So I just need output storage. And storage for blueprints, storage for augments, patterns. And I don't know, A, if this is enough room for that. And B, if I even want it for that. Because this is right, it's looking out over the Udom. This might be a good place for another room. You know, for a proper bedroom, suite, office. Maybe for my combat character. For this character. Right? And maybe we put the storage, find a way to build up to in here. Storage and production in terms of augment stuff can all happen in this area. Up there. And I can build steps along here to get up there. That's an idea. Yeah. So we build steps along here. Get them to angle off over here and up to that. I wonder. So let's see. We must start with the structure. I'm not going to try and connect it with any of this. That's just not going to work. Angle-wise. Well, that is actually a pretty good angle. But I think I want it off more, off-centered. I want to go along this wall. So if I do... Hold on a second. Hold on, my Cook Unity was delivered and they didn't, yeah, they didn't let me know. I'll be right back in a minute or two. 1 second. Okay, and we're back. Veranda with a view. Exactly. Ah, the sun. Oh, now I can't see this properly. Let's see what happens if we start up here. Because we got all this here. So question is, where do we want this to be level? I think probably here to be the floor height. But again, we don't even have to necessarily have this joining. The important thing is that it connects. Okay, so we gotta do something different there. That's where we gotta get a change in direction. That's too steep an angle. That's not gonna come down the way I want there. Yeah, damn it. This may be that we have to come up a different way. So let's start here. What is this? Oh, there is a block here. So picky. So if we go, I still think the angle on that might be wrong. Let's see. And then I think maybe we have to turn. I wonder if that's going to mess me up. Let's do this. Nope, that's good. Nope. way? Maybe. I kind of don't like how close that is. You know what I mean? It's a bit narrow. But I don't know if we're coming from here. Because the problem is this. I've got this here blocking. Do I need that? No. That might help. Then I can move it back some. Let's do that. I gotta be careful. Those are all the pieces inside. Seeing those pieces through the rock. Why is it jumping like that? Don't like it. It does feel like it connects a little better. Ooh. Hello. Hello. Look at that. Right up in there. Then we can do a half. Very nice. Very, very nice. Now what I would love to do is have this anchored here. So what I'm going to do is... What does this look like underneath? It goes into the rock, right? Yeah. Get rid of this stuff for now and swap this out with a structural piece. That way I can get rid of this one here. And all is good. Yeah, I love this. I just want to, I'm always wanting to keep it connected, right? So even what I'll do is I'll build in this here. And also here. And do a... the right way? No. I gotta get... The anal part of me has to get this tile lined up. No. that's it there. So which direction is that? Okay, so it's that way. Facing the southeast-ish. Nice. Now it's a little tight up there, but I don't mind that. We'll see what adding the railing does. I don't again. What if I do? I don't think this is gonna work. Oh. Wait. How did it do that? Oh, because it's connected to this. I'm like, how did I get that working? Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's a cool idea. What if I do this? That looks kind of cool. That's a kind of interesting glitchy thing. I don't like that though. Yeah, it looks cool about here, and then it loses it. It is pretty good. I mean, I got lucky because I'm using two different unconnected structures. Like this structure here is not all connected to this structure. This, however, is. So that's why I'm able to kind of glitch this under. It's the same thing that I did with all of this, really. This structure is obviously not connected to this structure. All of this is one piece all the way through, all the way up to here is one structure. The garage down here is a completely different structure, unconnected. And you see that break in the stairs? That's the break in the structure. So this whole courtyard area, all of this is a completely different structure. So it's it can make things cool. It can also make things a pain in the ass. But sometimes you get lucky and happy accidents can happen, and you get kind of cool stuff. So let's see what happens, because I like this. I don't know why I'm taken by this little glitchy thing. But maybe we can do something with it. I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting, looks like a kind of a support for the staircase. I like it. We'll keep it for now. Well, this is going to stop me from doing the railing. No. That's very cool. Okay. Happy with this so far. And then we had the half stairs here. And this here. And I think we may want to go up another half. Just to, again, get it above this. So we can have a level floor here. And again, we do this just to kind of give it that little edge. so we do what? Yeah. Let's also do this so we have some light on the issue while we're working. This is an interesting little thing. Obviously we can't, it's too tight. Can't really make any use of it. So I can't get through there. So maybe this is not the way to approach this particular. So we just put some roof. And we want it all lined up the same way. And then from here we'll go up. So we'll do another half up here. Let's do this again here. Don't want people knocking their heads. Okay. Actually, you know what? Maybe that's not such a... not the thing we want to do. If we go this route, I think it should be okay. See, this bothers me. So maybe okay, I got it. So we'll go do our roof thing. Have this here. And we'll have a wedge wall. There. We'll have a wall. I think that's a full wall, isn't it? Actually, you know what I want to do here is this. There we go. Let me just do this. some point we're going to need some structural support. That should help. The other thing I want to do, I want to do sunken storage. See, stability. Stability. I think what will help is if I make this into a thing like that. Then we have, whoop, wrong one. Then we gain some structural stability. I may not end up keeping all of this here. I like the idea of having a view down. I don't want to totally close this off. So I'm going to want to really make use of this area too. So we'll figure something out for that. In terms of this, in the cornerstone spire, in here? Or where you mean the cornerstone spire? This here? Oh, this one here. Yes, that's actually a good idea. So I can come over here. Then underneath this, so now there's some structural support in the spire itself. Under this floor. That little piece right there flashed for a second. There it is. So that'll give it some support. Now for this to be storage, maybe I'll figure that out later. I want this to kind of go out, but be a view of sorts. So I'm also wondering if maybe I make a landing pad here. That goes into this room. You know what I mean? Decisions. Let's just build it out and see what happens. It's like sculpture you take away, right? Look at all that room. Okay, that's the edge. And then this will be the edge. I mean, you could land an assault here. I'd need to add more power for Pentashield. Interesting. Now I'm thinking, you know what I could do? I could put my landing base, my landing pad that I have out there, up here. And then I have direct access to the deep desert from there. To the overland map. I mean, I really like that landing pad. Say I didn't do that. Instead, went like this and tried to angle it. Vision stability. I get some stability over here for now. The tricky part is getting this to line back up with this. Once you start playing with these angles, it's the one part of this building system I'm not a fan of, is the trickiness with this stuff. Yeah, looks like. Looks like that may be what I have to do. It's... because they're like that. It also messes with my whole concept of doing a sunken storage. So I'd really like to get back to a square. Damn it. That sucks. Because I like this. I like being angled like this, but... I really want to do sunken storage. You can go straight squares from the edge of this out. Yeah, sure. I just need it to be the opposite. I want to get back to this. I gotta figure out what to do about that gap that it makes. Because I got this lined up perfectly. You know, this whole section works great. The lead in is fantastic. And I don't think I want to lose that for the sake of this. Is the problem. That's the issue. It's one of those sacrifices you make to try and make sure that, you know, something that is working still works. Because that's the trickiest part, is how am I getting down from here, you know? Just expand just a little bit to the inside with the triangles and you're set. Well, how so? I mean, if I could go this way, started with these going across, right? And we're at the edge here. I think that maybe this is what you're talking about. And expand this way with triangles. Right? We'll get that stability going. No, not like that. Get rid of this. Saying, get rid of the square floor, but not the stairs bit. I see. So all of the square floors. Okay, let's try it. Actually, I'm going to get rid of all these. All this. But again, my aim is to have sunken storage. So I can't do this entire thing in triangles. Hopefully I can get to a point where I'm back to having a spot where I can sink the chests. It looks like that has to be over that way anyway, because this is not going to be deep enough. I'll get rid of all this for now. I'll leave that one that has the structure in it. Leave that one there for now. Well, isn't that a problem? Houston, we have a problem. Why is it letting me overlap that? Now put the square floor. Oh, I see. I see. Yes, 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 yes. Square floors here. Yes. And then we go back to triangles here. And back to squares. Ah, I see what you're saying now. I pick up what you're putting down. So we keep doing squares out here. So we can do this first. A little structural integrity going. Here. Yeah, I'm not the most experienced in working with the triangles, to be honest. But now we can get that thing we wanted. Having a... Nice. And this we're not going to be able to do the sunken stuff with anyway. That's brilliant, thank you. And if we wanted to, I mean, we could start doing straight over this way, you know. So we can have our little lookout here. I can go back to having this here. Inclines. There. Then we can still do that whole thing of what we were just doing. That's just genius. That's just fucking genius. Now we can go do what we wanted to do before, right? Have this here. And then we just do triangles. And we're back where we were. See what happens when smart people give you advice. Lovely. We are going to have to lose that because it's going to come in at a different angle. But we'll still be able to get over there. So. First things first, we'll get the floors in. And we'll figure out how we're going to do the double. 700 hours in the game. I've had my share of building stuff. I am a builder in this game. I just have always been with these triangle shapes. I've avoided like the plague because I'm like, how do these work? How do you build with this stuff? So I haven't really played with them, to be honest. So I thank you because on my own, I think I wouldn't have gotten there. I wouldn't have gotten there with this. I mean, I've seen some beautiful structures made with these, and I'm like, I just can't get my head around it. I've got over 1,000 hours in this game, and I've built, except everybody's personal bases, I've built all the guild bases. And okay, I want to go this way. How's this lining up? There we go. Is that right? Kind of looks right. Yeah. Yeah, 1,000 hours. Well, with some triangles. I have some in Arc Castella. Get right into that stability issue. So let's put pillar in the ground here for now. And if it's ugly, we'll worry about it later. Is that right? No, that is not right. That is also not right. That is also not right. Storm coming. Thankfully, I am water sealed. There you go.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Do a sink. Does a good sink. Let's see. Yeah, that'll work. I can't see. down. And I think I'm going to want to change. How this works. Done with that. So I think what I'm going to do is go with, I love this wall inverted. It's a nice look. I use it a lot on this build. Oops. Then I don't know if the railing's going to allow me to do this. Oops. Will it? It will. Lovely. I love that for me. I thought maybe this railing was not going to let me place this, but it did. That's fantastic. And then we'll go in here. I think we don't have a gap. I think. There is a little gap. I think what we're going to have to do is... I wonder if it'll let me... I don't think it's going to let me put an incline inside because of the angle. So I can fill that little hole. I can get an interesting one in there. There we go. And if they're looking too close at that, we've lost the plot. And once we figure out what we're doing with storage, we'll fill in the rest of that underneath. That looks solid and built in. We're off to a grand start. What if I... No, that's not going to work. Right? No. I'll have a gap right here. So here we'll have a little veranda. And we'll figure out how the underneath of this looks. We'll fill that in as well. Get this all nice and tidy under here. Then I think we do the same thing we've done with this build before, which is the arches. Why, I need to take a drink. So... question becomes, do I care if people come in here? In which case I should use the doors and windows. Trixie. I hate uneven. We've got an even number of doors. I mean, slots. So what I could do... is... where is that thing? But then what do I do with the door? I mean, I could just make it a foyer, right? I could do... we're on the same page. Too wide. Do a one of these. A little bit of hoo-hoo. And then a little bit of this. That's interesting. Little funnel. Then we just do a I may do this a little later. I think I want to raise it up. Anyway, that's good for now. Let's figure out. We'll build that in more. Just a basic shape. I kind of like that idea of the funneling. So this will be the augment and fabrication room proper. And then we'll get, here's where we'll get the storage. So, if we are doing double, I've not done the, you know what I need to do? I wish I still, wish that base was still there. I've not done the double stack storage. So I know, I can't do it here. It's got to be along here to start, and then maybe I can get into it in here a little bit. So maybe we'll have an L of it, you know, along here and along here. The double stack, which means we want to get rid of this, 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 this. Oh, we're not going to be able to do it here. Okay, little gap. So, yeah, we're gonna have a problem here. There's not as much double stack storage as I had hoped. But is, you know, there we can go up, right? So we can have this be like a library of storage. Stacked. So I think that might not be a problem. So I know then what we need to do is we need to do half walls down. Outer's probably best to keep it smooth. I don't need the water tanks in here. If I do end up trying to go for larger water tanks, I'll probably put them stacked in here. Again, I have a ton of room elsewhere. I have this whole thing. I could build another thing up there. You know? I've got this too. I could build a water tower here. There's tons of ideas, tons of the ways to go. And the great thing about the water is I never need to touch it. I think this one's going to be a wash. So... I think we do here. So we'll have this little bit. And we can always build, like I said, we can build more. Then we put the roofs down there. I think that's how that works. We're going to find out because I'm going to move some up. Let's go grab some storage and see if we can get it in there. Yeah, right now they're under the floor and they're under this. They're under this floor, so they're in this little this here is where I have my medium cisterns. And I currently only have 6 of them up there. What was I looking for? Oh, I was going to grab one of these. Let's put the melange. Let's move the melange. Oh yeah. Perfect. And maybe I can fit 3. Maybe. Come with me. Do you think I'm getting another one in there? Tells me no, but we'll see. Oh, my wrist. All right. Move. Again, the idea is for this base is not to have storage for every possible thing, because like I said, I have storage at other places. Here's just going to be stuff that, oh, maybe, looky there. That's beautiful. That is a beautiful thing. So then you put half walls on the end, right? Oh, this is too close. I have to move this over. Unless I don't actually need it, do I? It'd be nice. But I don't need it. Lit roofs. Oh, I see the Caladan roofs. Not those ones, these ones. It's not going to give me this wall, though, unless I move these all over a smidge. We'll see if I can do that. I think I might have a little more room here. But I think if I really want to do that, I got to switch this for... got to swap these around. So this is smoother. Let's see if I can get this a little bit closer. There we go. Then I get 3 more. That's not straight at all. Oh, this needs to move. I need to get up a little bit. So let's build a platform, temporary platform. Lovely. Welcome to my first stack storage. I wonder, can I do this just as a decoration? Will it let me? It will. I'll see how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that right now, but it is interesting. But I think if I do that, I have to open it up more. You just hide your containers in 1x1 room with a round passageway, but my base is massive, so there's plenty of room. Okay. So I'm going to put in here, I'm going to put in all the components. I'm going to have to move stuff out of here, but it'll be tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, tier 6 components. It's not going to be as great, is it? Oh well. I think it'll be fine for what we're going to do. And here we do the half walls. Well, that's interesting. So what I may do here is wedge walls. Because I'm weird. Because then what I would do is I'd actually put lights in there. You know what I mean? Put a light in there. Like if I do... Not tall enough. There's still... I don't think those stick out. That's not too bad. You still get the light. Do we want the warmer light? That's the question. The light still goes through. That's interesting. Will I be able to do it on this side? rock is blocking it. Will I be able to build the wall there? No. Now the light is blocking the wall. That sucks. Just when you think you've got something cool. Let's see if we can do... that, and I don't think we're going to be able to put the floor down now. Does that make a difference? Or we don't need it? Because we're doing the incline. Nice. Now is it being blocked by the chest? I think it's now the wall's being blocked by the chest. Okay, so now we need to kind of remove this again. There we go. Beauty. I like that. That looks really good. Side. I kind of want the outer on this as well, just because of these little lips. It's a small thing, but the more flush, the less space it feels like it's taking up in that tight area there. Beauty. I think that's going to cast light down too. Yeah. That's fine. So I think what we do there is then we do the underhang much like we did with what we have here. Right? So we just extend this around. And maybe we do, just to make it a little more interesting, do one of these. There. Although that does make it harder. How did I deal with that over here? Did I have any angles there? Or curved ones? On this balcony? I don't think I do, to be honest. And that may be how I dealt with it. Yeah, no curves. We'll go back to square. It's just gonna make things a little bit easier. I mean, we could, you know. Oh, wait. Think we can find a way to deal with that. It's not going to be perfect, but maybe. Let's see. Let's get it going, and then we'll see. So walls. Work with me. I know. There we go. Then we've got the that there. So under that, we then do what we did here. We got to be careful because, again, I may want to use some spot of this for water storage or something. I don't want to waste space. I think we're good in that regard. So we go to the inclines, we do half inclines. Then here is where it gets tricky. So we can do that. That's going to look funny. But I think I can also do a thing on the outside of this. So it's not quite so funny. I don't know. What do you guys think? We could switch it out also for the other one. Make it look like that. Well, the other thing we can do is to make it match under here. Right? Because we've got this, we've already got this sort of theme that we've set up with this, which is just a flat bottom. So we could continue that. We can continue that theme. versus using the slopes. Right, so we could it's too far away. It's not that terrible. Oh, we've got that thing going on. Eh. Insufficient stability. Insufficient stability. We need another structure. But the nice thing about the other one was it was triangles, right? So it just looked cooler. This doesn't look as interesting as that. That's a much more interesting bottom. See, I did work with triangles. I worked with triangles on this building. And again, some weirdness because I'm like, oh, can't get these things working, right? So I don't know. Can I get in here? Walk across, yeah. So my alt is the owner. So the question is, yeah, do we match this theme? Just these flat pieces? I kind of like the idea of doing that. Just consistency. I don't like that these corner pieces don't have the outcroppings. We're going to run into issues here with this pole. This column that goes up pretty quickly here. Where can I add some stability? Probably add it there. Yes, yes, yes. You are a climber. You're quite the climber. I think we can add some stability here. Being blocked by another object. Your face is blocked by another object. it did that exactly, but let's see if it did what we needed to do. Just let me. I just want to climb up here. Okay. Yep. Looks like it did exactly what we wanted. Beauty. That bothers me. When you get something like that, you just put something on there. That's way too small. Huh? Is that gonna look really weird? I don't think it's gonna light anything. Oh, well, kinda, I suppose. Does that look weird? Use the half ramps and go flat? Alright. So like this. That doesn't look too bad. It's a little weird for a place for a chandelier. If I'm honest. Do you think the half ramps are better? I'm inclined to agree. In fact, what I might do is all of that there just to mix it up. Yeah, I agree, that does look better. And then we'll just have to figure out which is the least awful choice for that little gap. I don't know if it's Otter having a flash of green there. Or having the brown. Not gonna get those same lights here.
Storm? What do you want, Storm? How dare you?
If we do that, we have to lose this ramp. We'll kind of connect these, you know what I mean?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Or lose it. No, we got the light in here. That's true. The darker would make it stand out less. Again, if we're going to have... Excuse me. Let me get some water. If we're going to have this open here, we don't need this. You know what I mean? Unless we're making a room that we don't want people to go in. Which clearly, if we're doing this, we're leaving this open. And it isn't Haga, so it's not like anybody can steal anything. You know, like this is open. Then I say we just use... Like we did, we use the arches. We don't need this funnel. And use the windows on the outside. So we need a little thingy here. And a little thingy here. We're probably not going to get much light from this. We could conceivably use a little standing light. Or a big standing light. Those are much brighter. That's actually a better solution, I think, than what we had. Get rid of this. Don't want even there. Then we can have this open. I don't mind having this at the end, but it's weird back here. Oh, and see, now it doesn't want to build this. It doesn't want to be there. Why? Huh. Now the light is blocking the wall. Welcome to the world of things that make my life difficult. Adding to the question of why must you make my life difficult? What did I ever do to you? That is a much brighter light. Ugh. I don't like that at all. The way this looks. Yeah, that's a little better. It's very Atreides, though. That's too big.
Okay, then we gotta put the floor lights on. But that is not the default. Oh, it's Argo sauce. Is that Argo sauce? No. Maritani. Of course, I'll color code these later. Now we want to get up on our little thingy and make another 3 of these. Then we'll have the storage for our augment / production area. Fabrication area. Storage. Oops, one more. We can make that prettier. So we go through and we make this. So I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to move all you up. Where's the buggy? I should have room in the buggy. Do I not have permission for the buggy? If I don't, that's stupid. Yeah, I know. I have to clean that up. Yes, I don't have access to the buggy. The danger of alts. Sometimes you forget to give yourself access. What I really needed to fix that is make another fake platform. The railing was not high enough. This one. They really need to take all from this side. It really needs that. What did I dismantle that had 20 aluminum? That's... I can actually save this. I need to put that someplace else. I need to actually put that someplace else. And because I think having, for me on this base, this will hold 3,500 plastanium, right? Yeah. That's enough for me to have at this base. Any overflow I can keep at the production base. This base does not need to have more than 3,500 plastanium at any given time. Yep, exactly. Sometimes you just need to have scaffolding. Now we can make this into a duraluminum. I don't have much duraluminum at the moment. Maybe I'll do this too. No, I won't. Maybe I'll have a special chest for just a small chest for these, because these don't take much at all. I'll bring a smaller, a medium chest to put all of the special dust infused ones. We definitely need to make more duraluminum. Then we move the aluminum. Aluminum. And then I think we'll have these for grades and patterns and this for melange. I'll need to make another special chest somewhere for that. So we'll do here, we're going to call this, again, I got to do something about these. I got to take them actually to Castella for processing. But we're going to call this T1 components. We'll sort all that out later. T2 components. Then T3 components. T4. That's cool. Not only make it secure, but make it look threatening by using Harco pieces. P5 components. Maybe I'll do something like that. Maybe I'll make my melange in a very specific spot and do something similar. I'll think about that. G6 components. Yeah, they really did the heart go dirty though with that set. They just, it was not as versatile as the Atreides. It wasn't enough variation. I wish they'd done more. If they'd include some of the pieces, more of the pieces that you can find in Harco Village, it'd be a great set. How much room do I have in the top there? Okay, that's fine. I think honestly the way that they've treated some of the Harco building set may in part be why Harkonnen is not as popular a faction. I mean, maybe on some servers it is, but certainly not on this one. Oh, let's do this first. So I can do take all here. I can probably carry this in my backpack. Yeah. I remember my alt used to be Harco. I was going to do 2 guilds so I can kind of participate on both ends. But at the end of the day, I was like, eh. And now that I can get both sets of pieces regardless of what faction I'm playing. What is this? What are you doing to me? And this is all going to get messed up anyway because these are stacks, and so I bring in more, it's going to be completely disorganized, so I'll probably end up doing it alphabetically or something like that anyway. Not really sure how that would be a factor. You can get enough cash and... True. But it's the one you unlock first, right? And it's the least expensive. I think perhaps there's a psychology behind it that might explain that, but I don't know. I could also just be wrong. You know what I'm going to do? Looking at this now, Make it match. Come on, I forgot. I forgot that it wanted to do that. There we go. Now it all matches. And it all glows. Yeah. What's interesting is I'm really heavy on the tier 1s. Getting there on tier 2s. And tier 6s I'm getting more of. It's the tier 5 that I'm really lacking in. Because there's not really a whole variety of them, to be honest. Of tier 5 resources. So that's all the tier 1s, right? We got all that in. We also need to put, for now... Yeah, part of me is like thinking, I probably should just move these over there rather than go through this whole mess. What I'm going to do, I'm going to build a temporary box. I'm going to build a temporary box. Just so I can move stuff out of it. And we're going to put it right here. Yep, see, already messed that up. I'll keep this in because it doesn't cost any weight. Take that melange, that sand out to get to the deep desert base at some point and get it. What the heck? Let me do over. And all this plant fiber came from Blushing Caverns. When I was doing my exploration run. And I'll figure out, you know, I've obviously got to clear that up and get that organized. There we go. Now let's get our tier 2. That was running into serious problems. I was running out of space. You'll see my tier 2 components chest here, I have some tier 1 components. Down here at the bottom, because I just ran out of space. Let's see how this puts in first. Why didn't these go in? Oh. I know why. Because they're in the vehicle. They're in the vehicle. See, not many. I only have 2 things of. I really need to go out the deep desert and into the shield and get some more tier 5 components. 'Cause I don't have many at all. Those are the only. That's the only ones I have in my entire base. I have another Steam account. And now it's easier. Originally, my alt... I started my alt with family sharing, and then they stopped allowing family sharing, so I had to go buy another copy of the game. But now you can just create a Steam account and add it to your family on Steam, and you can share the game. You just, what I have is, I have Steam. Whenever I close Steam, whenever it opens, it lets me choose what account I want to open it with. And that's how also that's all tier, wait, nope. Let's do that. Nothing in there. Have any tier 3 on me? No. These are all the tier 3s. So I'm going to figure out what to do with those. It's a tier 5. Wait, are these... Wait. Am I missing something? These are tier 3. These are tier 4. I'm derping out over here. Tier 4. Tier 4. Tier 4. Tier 4. These are also tier 4. Yes. Okay. And let's also get this stuff out. Oops. Leave me. Oh, it's in the vehicle. I derped out again. I was like, I just want to quick move things between vehicle. 3, tier 2. Let's see what we have left. Down here. I know there's other stuff also mixed in gear. More tier 1 stuff. Any other... This place is a mess. I want to keep these in their own separate place. Did I put any in here? No. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's move this out of the way. Tier 6. Right, that's all tier 6. Fantastic. I mean, I got a lot. I got a lot of this stuff. I wonder if I'll need any more microflower fiber. Nice thing is I can make this into tier 6, right? There's some things I can make into tier 6 from earlier. We got our melange, we got our plastanium, aluminum, and aluminum. This will be... what? Augments? Or it's always interesting what they call these things. There are the patterns, and then there are the augments themselves, right? Now, I don't have many at all. They haven't really been doing the stations yet. That's an augmentation. And the others are called schematic patterns, right? Let's see. If we go here. So the ones are called augments and the others are called patterns. If I recall correctly. I don't have any patterns because I've used the ones that I've had. So... let's just go grab them. And how much do these components weigh? Oh, not much at all. I can get a small chest for these compounds and components. Speaking of which, I think I have to go get mine more for today. But I can use a medium chest for these, I think. Next to the fabricators. Anybody know, has anybody done like the fire dungeon, fire testing station, and if you use a responsive planar suspensor bell, is that high enough to keep you above the fire? Question. It's a good question. Because I'd like to try that out rather than having to fly all over the place. Just grab these and put them into another chest. Let's call this Regis components. Yeah, I know you've never played. It's on sale. Dune, I think. At least it was a bit ago. Or you can have spaces. Let's do that. We'll put them both in there. I just gotta make these into... Is it 40% off? Here, I can just look. Store page. Yeah, it's $29.99 right now for the basic. $50 for the deluxe and $69 for the ultimate. Downside on buying the basic is you have to then buy the DLC, and it might be at least worth getting the deluxe, because what are the DLC at? Where does they put the DLC? They're not playing much of anything? That's cool too. You know, that is A-okay. Yeah, the season pass is $24. That'll get you 40. I think we're done with the... I think we get one more free DLC. What does the season pass get you?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, it gets you 4 DLC. We've had 3. The Water Wars is the next one that comes with the season pass. Then we'll all start paying. Oh, come on. You want to give me a storm right now? So I forgot I can't go out that way. I can go this way. Do augments stack, I wonder? I mean, obviously you don't stack it, like if you have more of the same one. Yeah, I've got 3. And this we will call schematic patterns. I'm also going to need a chest for blueprints, to be honest. Maybe I'll combine... Maybe I'll combine my aluminum and duraluminum. And then make this... Make one of these, like I'll move the melange down here. And make one of these blueprints. Because I definitely need more room for blueprints. Probably should head to bed, getting pretty late over here. Where are you in Europe? Europa? Well, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Subscribe if you won't. I do these I've been kind of doing these fairly regularly on Sunday, but it is kind of like I'm not trying to be a pro streamer anymore. Just kind of doing this when it feels good. So if you're interested in hanging out, feel free to subscribe. If not, you know, I post these things everywhere. Finland, nice. 1 a.m. I was watching a report, whether it's true or not, about how you guys solved your homeless problem. About how you guys have give homeless people housing. Basically not making them homeless anymore. And then with all the other social aspects of it that come along with it. Like healthcare and care for addiction, etc., etc., etc. That you guys have figured out how to handle the homeless situation well, which we certainly have not. It's probably not perfect, but most of those social things are better in other countries than in the U.S. Scotland, that's right. So I'm gonna move this stuff over here. And this will be the duraluminum and aluminum. Because again, I don't need a lot of this stuff at this base. I'm not refining anything here. Call this melange. But have a good sleep. To get you a small apartment. Yeah. I mean, that's a big deal. I don't think people I think people take for granted the impact that having your own roof over your head can have on your sense of well-being and ability to cope with a lot of things that are stressful. Just knowing you can have a place where you can put your head that you aren't worried about, you know? It's a big thing. I wish we would get that sorted out here, because we have a pretty big homeless problem. And then we tend to treat it as a scourge more than, you know, it's not the best way to look at it. So we'll call this... I mean, there's also, yeah, the question of population. Doing things on the scale of Finland's population versus, say, the United States population, you know, maybe it can be done. It should be focused on a state level, managed at the state level. That might make it easier to adjust to. Blueprints. Let's swap this. Call this the blueprints because it's the first one we come across. Then the augments, and then the patterns. Nice. Cool. Let's move this out of the way. For now. This is a really good start on this. I'm going to move now up the fabricators and such. Been unemployed for about 6 months now, but hopefully later in spring things should... Well, I hope so too, man. I hope so too. Oh, what do you want to move first? Let's move this first. They'll turn around. All right, good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Where do we want this? Part of me keeps wanting to do a Mr. Peanut person. Where do we want to put this, Mr. Silly? All right. Maybe we just want to make it easy. Of course, now part of me wants to have all... Well, no, the resources are fine here. Having these up here is good. Yeah, I think that's good. Grab blueprints and any augments. Come over here to the augment thingy. It's all good. You know what? I may end up making a little landing pad up there. Just a single, maybe scout landing pad. Just for quick entry into here if I need to. Into there if I need to, I should say. If I'm coming from the overland with from a lab. Now let's move the survival stuff It's really a pain that you have to use both. That you have to keep both. Let's just get it all up here and we'll figure out where to place it when we're done. Oh, why do I go this way? Why am I making this big loop-de-loop? I realize I have to make the regular one. Although, actually I don't have to make the regular fabricator. I think I moved away from using, at least in terms of weapons, I've moved away from using anything lower than tier 6 weapons anyway. I know I need the survival fabricator in addition to the advanced because they are tier 5 things I need to use that are utilities, but I also don't know that I necessarily need this. I'm going to have some tier 5 stuff, but I want to move away from it. But I'll keep it for now. Alrighty. Go. Put this up here. Actually, if I build a pad out there, that might solve... Well, no, it won't. Because we're not using a door on this. Not putting a door here. We have a balcony here. People could get in here. But again, if it's Sintataga Basin, then it's, you know... PvE. I'm not going to worry about it. Man, I wanted to go mine. I may go do some mining after this. Leave this here. This is the recycling overflow, which I may need a bigger chest for, to be honest. I get now 100% more stuff from recycling, and the chance of rare stuff, and I think I've unlocked the chance to get a schematic back. No, I don't think. Actually, no. Did I? I don't know if I'm there yet on my alt. I'm close to it. This is the repaired box. I really hope they get the repair mastery fixed. I already made the mistake of trying to fix something and going, why is it worse? Why did it look like it didn't do anything? So I'll get all that sorted. I think what I'm going to do now... I don't know if this will work. Dune does weird stuff when I... Well, there's so much more space in here. Dune does weird stuff when I try and load the game with OBS going. Well, let me see if it doesn't do that still. I'll switch to my alt. Here we go. Best of luck to me. Because then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some mining. So let me see if it lets me do this without... Because before it was causing issues with the resolution. Let's just wait for this to be synced. Change account. Thank you for hanging out in the darkness. Welcome. Smoke 'em while you got 'em. Hopefully, we'll be back in a moment. Let's see. It's loading up. Yeah, see, it does some weird thing here. I don't know what resolution it's at. Okay. So it should be okay now. I'm switching to my alt. And sometimes when I'm doing that, when I try and open Dune when I've got OBS open, it does some weird thing with the resolution. Where it either isn't the correct resolution or it won't show me what the resolution is, so I'm not sure. It looks like we're all good. This is my alt. Wandering around going, where did everything go? So what I'm going to do now is head over to Art Castella and do some aluminum mining, because we're getting double mining yield this weekend, and I know we need some aluminum. We might even head over to the Sheol and get some jasmium going. Let's take this over. Oh, before I do anything, I need to make sure I give permission to the buggy to... But I forget if I even... Is this even me? Or is it my other alt? It's a problem when you got 3 alts. Or 2 alts. I was gifted a copy of the game over Christmas. So I was like, okay, cool. I'll make yet another alt.
Permissions. Yeah. Well, in this, you get 3. Oh, the owner is me. So I can add. Let me just add everybody. So everybody can use this if they want. You get 3 subfiefs max. Subfief is basically a building, you can use to build the building per character. And I have many, many buildings. And I was running out of subfiefs and needed some available to make a base in the deep desert. Which I can take you out and show you that as well. In fact, why don't I do that now, quickly? You can take a look at that. I don't think anybody's been on this week, so nobody's used it. We use that strictly. We got a large spice refinery out there, and we gather titanium in the shield wall, but we don't really we don't do any processing of ore out there because we've got a massive refining setup at Art Castella. So while we're going, since the access to the deep desert is right here. So yeah, with this I have 9 subfiefs that I can use. And I get to play, much like I did with CFDs, I get to play the game in different ways. Like this is my planetologist / crafting guy. Who is very, very close to getting up to 100 crafting. While my other guy's focusing on combat and exploration. So those you just got a glimpse of some of the overland testing stations that they added with the recent chapter. So tomorrow night I'm going to have to take this base that we're going to down because the Coriolis storm hits and wipes the deep desert. So I'll have to come and take it down. That's the base right there. What is this? It's so far away. See, there's some weight with this that I don't think exists with the Scout. I wish it had a little more of this kind of weight as you move. Just a little bit. So this is our deep desert. We've got our large spice refinery. Some water. We're a small guild, so... And again, nobody's used it, so I'm going to actually take a drink. This is where we keep this. We'll take it down and put it in here and bring it back to Art Castella. And then build it up the next day. Everybody has their personal chests for spice and melange if they want it. But we've also got some... this is our deep desert buggy. I'm not going to mine titanium right now. Or the stravidium to make the plastinium, because I think I'm good on it. And we've got some at Art Castella. We've got a couple hundred at Art Castella almost, plus my almost 3,000. So yeah, that's the little base. Now we'll head to Art Castella. And I leave all the processing and mining for this character because he's got all the perks for that. He is built as a planetologist and is doing the crafting stuff. So I'm having him do all my repairs. Once that gets fixed, all my builds of tools, because it's basically at this point, I think 80% more durability.
Slay him into a thopter there. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. The music is also great for this. We've lost some bases and people have built up some bases now. We had some crossover. Wow, I like this. What the? What's going on over here? They made a heart no sign. Nice. So this is Harko and Observer. I think that combination works really well together. That's kind of cool. This is the eastern shield wall. It's a little fly to get there. See if we can do that in this. I can do it pretty well on the scout. These things are a little bit more of a beast. This is our base here. Just fell out of the sky. So that's our carrier. Our wind traps, our power. So yeah, my guy, like I said, he's primarily planetologist. I maxed out a lot of this stuff. And he's got some skills for combat, but not as much as the rest. And then we're at 83 at this point in crafting. Hoping, oh, I've got to do some voyages tonight as well. I'll do those later. I have 5 missions, I believe. Oop. Yeah, 5 missions. But they're in crafting, and I can do these like blindfolded. I can do this without pulling a weapon. If you guys are interested in me doing that, I can show you. You just let me know. I'll stop what I'm doing and do a mission or two. So yeah, we've got not great titanium on store here. A little more here. We could use a little more aluminum and duraluminum. On jasmine. We've got a whole jasmine store filled with stuff, so we're okay on that. So let's go and do a little mining run to get some of that good stuff. Oh, it's right here. Somehow I thought, I don't know why I was for a moment thinking, I want batteries. No. Why does that not feel like double? It feels like the same. Is it double refining? It said double mining yield for the weekend. That didn't feel like double. I've got a Mark 5 cut array. A Mark 5 cut array does what? Oh, 135. Okay, so yeah, it is. It's double. Yeah, it is. Okay. Feeling better about that. There's something really peaceful about this as well when you're just getting into this grind. I found it especially doing solo spice crawls in the PvE area in the deep desert. It's just something peaceful. Doesn't mean I'm going to fill this up faster. If it does, I'll start refining, and then I'll do a mission while it's refining. Or maybe I'll go get a crate full of jasmine crystals. That won't take very long either. And this is the smuggler variant of the buggy, which I really, really like. It's my favorite. Too far away. It's my favorite now. My favorite used to be the Harkonnen version. I don't like the Harkonnen sandbike, but I love the Harkonnen buggy. Just like I like the Harkonnen Thopter as well. Just looks really cool. This looks like it should open bottles. It's a bit like a bottle opener. That's Helios Gate. This is the Atreides Fort in Haga Basin. Harkonnen have one near the Rift. This was a place where, I mean, some people still build their bases here, but in the last version of the Landsrad, this was where you would turn into the Quartermaster. So people built bases right here just so they could quickly turn stuff in. Alrighty. Mass aluminum base. I'm here for all the aluminum. That's a cool base. Lots of windows. There's a problem with those windows where the observer windows, those circular ones with the rings around it, that they cause a lot of lag. They can get pretty laggy. I don't know if they've fixed that yet, but they're not well optimized. Sometimes there's another base near me that has that, and anytime I look at it, my screen starts stuttering. It's an unfortunate circumstance. We're going to get full here pretty quick. Yep. little dynamic events. I'm getting some lag. Yeah, we probably got another node worth, maybe a little bit more. These two probably should take it, if not the one. Yep, there we go. Let's go. Back way in. Take a look at some of these. That's a nice little Harkonnen base. I'm sure they're hoping to eventually get the Harkonnen placeable swatch so they can color in. Oh, somebody lost their base. What is this? That's interesting. That's a decaying base. Somebody abandoned. This is the smuggler set. I like this set as well. It's a bit boxy, but it's a very sci-fi looking building set. Taking the back way back. I'll plop these in to refine, and then I guess what we'll do, I'll just show you a little bit of jasmium mining real quick, because that won't take very long at all, especially with this double mining yield. These guys have got a pretty nice setup here. I've had several neighbors. I like that. That's kind of a cool way. Cool setup. That's all my stuff up there. To the buggy. Okay. Oh, we got that full. Oh, right. I forgot it's the same. If we ever had overflow, if we had too much, I put a container back here, a transport container back here for overflow, for ore. So now let's see how much we can make. I don't use a large refinery. The reason I don't is the time and the space. Like, I could probably fit one large refinery in here, maybe. I probably need more sealing room. And this will produce ore exponentially faster. Like, it might take half an hour to do 100 ingots of plastanium. This will do it in 8 minutes. So aluminum. Okay, 83.3. So we do 84. 83. Not gonna work out perfectly, but I love when it's a 5 because that makes it much easier to do. I probably didn't know it was gonna work out. Oh well. Would have been one down. So they'll all busted out. I've also got increased What are my stats for this? Refining speed plus 45%. They have a chance of a bonus yield of 30%. A 30% chance of a bonus yield, so I'll get more than I asked for. And that'll all go in here. All right, we'll head over to the Sheol. Very quickly do some jasmium. What do I have in my... Nothing. Okay, check it out. Again, I could take the overland map across, but you know, where's the fun in that? At one point I was going to build an arena right there. Somebody built one and I guess those guys are gone. Hello, worm. Whoa. I think I got knocked by the worm. Thank goodness he didn't come above ground because that could have killed me. Oh, that's a crashed ship. Speaking of crash ships, I always love watching those things come down. This is a crashed harvester for the Lost Harvest DLC, Harvester DLC. I still need to do that one on my main. Zilly. Off to our left there, that's the irradiated area. I'm going to go in there without a radiation suit, because to do so is death. So here I've got to put another couple of crates in here, but got this. We're pretty full. It's not. But we also have a transport container here for cold storage that was full. That's how much jasmine we've used. So I'll just get a buggy full. Just change my clothes. Take one of the worst ones here. How are we on fuel? 50%. Do I have a fuel cell? I do not. I think we'll be okay. We're not going to be out there too long. And this is the Harkonnen buggy set. So now we're getting ready. Whoa, whoa, that one is close. Where is it? It's right behind us. This is jasmium. These are hand placed, so these aren't procedural like some of the other ores. Wow. Yeah, this double mining yield. Wow. I'm not going to be in here very long at all. Come around here. There's one up here. There you are. Doesn't really get dark enough to use lights. I think maybe in the rift, perhaps. There's a little shipwreck. You can see the radiation indicator on the bottom there, and if that gets to full, I have a literally second before I'm dead. I usually, once that gets halfway around, I start making my way back. Oh shoot, we got a storm. Some people build their bases in here.
Sector weather alert.
Oh,
A
shoot.
large sandstorm is approaching.
I'm gonna have to get back. Hopefully, are we on? We're almost there. I wonder if we can get this full before we have to head back. Let's see. Let's go over this next one. One second. Ah. Oh, I'm not getting in there, am I? What sort of guy does that?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay, this is gonna be tough. Gonna be tough. How much can I fit in here? Let's go. Let's get out. Oof. Oof. We're gonna take some hits. That storm's coming.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
This is gonna be close. Oh, we're gonna get hit. We're gonna get hit. And we made it. Oh. Woo. I think we're pretty much at the edge of the storm anyway. Oh yeah, I think we were at the edge. Yeah, we only caught the edge of it. Wow. That was tight. Nice. Okay. Now then, we put this in here. So we'll go here, here, go here. So we have to move some over. $874 to cold storage. We'll just move 1,500. Oh, 374 more. Okay. All right. Derp. There we go. Then we're full there. I do want to take some. I don't know what I'm doing. See, I want to take some with me. So I guess now we can put the whole back. All right, we'll go and drop this off. Take the shortcut. Right, that's coming up to midnight here. I'm going to set it off. It's been great catching up. Sounds good, man. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out for the storm, even after you posted that. Have a good one. And now I'm going to do those missions. Bang those out. Those won't take very long at all. Cool, man. Catch you later. But this guy's building is also a cool place to build. Hope he does more with that. Gotta swing wide. Cool beans. We've already finished the aluminum, is it? No, it's still going. Halfway done. So, missions. Reading the mail. Who should we do? Who haven't we done? Who's left? We've got this. We've done this. Done that enough. Done that enough. So this one. So we'll head out there. And then just pretty much sticking on to the... Oh, you know what I need to do with these? I always make sure when I'm doing these crafty ones, I start with about 50 salvage metal. You'll see why. It just keeps me from having to, you know, I pick it up as I go, but starting out, it's just good to have. And if we do Smuggler's Run, you'll get to see me do it in a tread bike. And thanks, Tuomas Malkanen, for the sub. I wonder if they've sped those up. It used to be that they had like day-long delays on notices for subs for YouTube. Anyway. This one, I don't even need to pull out a weapon.
I spy an Imperial dog.
Do ya? Too hard. Alrighty. Alright, this one I want to do this. Really? That's what's going on there. Now we just run by this guy. Hey, how you doing, man?
We have
Someone's
a
here.
visitor.
Who? Me?
So,
Getting some whoa network lagginess. That's no
There's
good.
someone here.
What the? Okay, something's going on. I'm not sure what's happening there, but I'm jumping all over the place. Yeah, weirdness. Easy peasy. It's kind of silly, if I'm honest. And next, Smuggler's Run. What were we doing? Lexon? Yeah. I enjoy this one. Oh, somebody else says it works. I also like this scout armor. This is the contraband scout armor. With the Atreides envoy hood. Not off to a great start. Not the smoothest run. Not bad for the first one of the day, though. Whoa. Whoa. That's the first that happened. This is the hairiest corner here. Not the best run. 10 seconds off, roughly my best run. But not bad. Next. Let's see. Reading the mail again. And if you're wondering why I'm doing those rather than doing the more involved ones, because I just want to get these done. I have done, I think it will be close to 90 to 100 missions this week between my alt and my main. Just grinding this out. It will be nice to have it done. I'll be even happier once they fix the repair mastery perk so that it actually works instead of hurts. So again, speed run. Oh wait, I need to make more of them.
Ah, there's someone here. Who's that? There's someone.
That was better. Usually run wide and just check that. Yep, that can out. Mistakes were made.
Who's that?
There's someone here.
I see someone. I need backup. Shields up.
How you doing?
Kill them all.
Easy peasy. A little jerky on that one. Finding that path. It's the other thing you do this enough, you find the paths that won't make you stop running. Sometimes you still miss them. So hopefully this is not going to be as janky and jerky network lobbing me around all over the place.
There's someone shooting. Who's that?
And done. The easiest peasy that ever easied. Easy peasied. All right. Hey, buddy.
Who's that?
Me. It's just me. I ran by you before. You let me use the place. We have a deal. Maybe we'll get a Blushing Cavern one. 84. Where does that put us? We'll see if we'll make this tonight. I would love to. My goal is to make this tonight. That would be lovely. Don't know if we're going to do that. Okay, cool. This one I have to kill people. But, you know. Real deal. But even so, it's still fairly. They've just made these, in my opinion, way too easy to do. You only really have to kill people at the end because it says I have to clear them. Clear the reinforcements. This is also where I try and finesse my suspenser so that I'm not wasting it. So I've got how much left? It's getting down there. Let's pick up a few of these. Oh, we might not have enough to make the 3. We'll see. See, just a little tap. Little tap on the dispenser. Just to get me over the lid. Hey fellas, how's it going? Just gonna nab these, okay? They haven't.
What's that?
They haven't even started chasing me yet. Oh, this guy wants to.
Here. Here.
Why isn't... I also did not turn on my shield. You need to die. Oh, I can go this way? Okay, so I had to kill people here because I messed up. Normally it's not an issue. Normally just in and out. But I decided to get funky. Now let's see if we have enough to make these. Yes. Let's also drop fuel cells. We don't need them. Just in case we gotta go do reading the mail again. Nice. Again, I just try to give it enough push to get me up over the lip. And this I'll just jump down and save my fall. Just give myself a little boost. Keep myself from hurting myself. So I really rely on the Shiga wire, which I got at level 3, which helps. When I was doing this in level 2, it was a little trickier. That extra reach is nice. Now here's where I have to kill people, unfortunately. Where are they? I hear them. That hurt.
Grenade out!
Why didn't you die? I wanted you to die. Okay. You should have died. I was really hoping you'd die.
I see someone.
Identify, see someone.
C'est tout. And this is a great place. I'm not doing it because I have a ton of plant fiber. But if you ever need plant fiber, or salvage metal for that matter, this is the place to go. Much like the wreck of the Taiki is the place to go for slag. If I do one run on this, I can walk away with like 300 plant fiber easily on a run. On a single round, just going through. Almost. What do we have left? One left. And it's Smuggler's Run. One last time. That should get us to 85. Should get us there. Which unlocks 30% spice refining yield, or a 30% chance of a bonus yield for spice refining. Yeah, I'll take it. One last run. We'll go spice up and get her done. Alright, let's not make this one up. Go like that. Too sharp. There we go. That's how you do that turn. Much better than the other one, but 48 seconds. If I hadn't mucked that first turn. Yes, we made it. My best time on that is 53 seconds remaining. That's with an aluminum tread bike. It'd be probably faster, probably crazier with the tier 6 one. All right, so that's all of that. Let's head back to base, get them along on us, and unlock that perk. So I can't wait to see what other missions they come up with and start adding to the Landrad. I know we've got one more coming with the Ghosts of Simpo. When the next update comes soon. Don't know when. I'd imagine the next week or two. If it's the March update. And I've played through them in the PTC. They're pretty cool. They are like the others, dead simple. That's one of the reasons I like this landing pad, is to be able to pull maneuvers like that. Done. Now we got the full bonuses. I think we get a greater bonus for now for refining, or is that just speed? Here on out. Refining speed. So I'm going to end up with a refining speed of, Jesus, plus 60%. We're in the home stretch. These will unlock the final augments, because I've already got 2 slots each. Our garments only have 2 slots, so these will unlock the 3rd slot for each of these. Melee and ranged, and then... Interesting stuff, and then I think we move on to gathering. And perhaps some exploration. Maybe I'll do exploration up to 20 so I can get that vehicle boost. And then, and also some little more space, and then gathering. So it'll be good. Oh, I need to put this melange back. I didn't need all of it. So I got some tier 6 stuff. Some stuff to recycle. Oh, I gotta recycle all that stuff that's down there. It's up here now. I didn't do a lot of recycling before, but now with this perk, because it kind of does make it worth it. I decided I want to do that one. There we go. Oh, there's more in here, there. Yeah, okay, we'll do that in a second. Where did I put this slag? The slag's in this one. We're going to have to find a spot for that. Let's grab all this. just worth it. It used to be really worth it when you get just only a slight bit of stuff back. Now I've got a perk that gives you not only double the yield, but also gives you a chance of receiving rarer items, rarer components in there. So yeah, so that's that. I'm not going to be repairing anything until they fix that repair master thing. So I've got a bunch of stuff. I've got some stuff I want to repair, but not going to do that. Right, I've got the other stuff stored someplace else. Anyway, so that's going to be it for me for now. Thanks for hanging out on this chill Sunday. I'll be back next Sunday and for another chill stream. Just doing stuff, probably working again on this. Hopefully we can get this done. This bad boy. Get up and settle, get some water in here. See if we want to... what we want to do on top of this. There's so much room I have here. So much room. And this is kind of annoying me.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is
stairs.
approaching.
Oh wait, no, it was there. Come on. You showed me it. You know you want to do it. You worked it like... oh, there it is. Of course, that's not the right way. I'll figure that out later. Anyway. Thanks so much for hanging out. And I will catch you all next time. Alright? Peace.